start streaming. Is it there? I think we're here. Give it just a second to make sure everything's working. Well, hello everyone, and welcome to another stream. Sorry, I am slightly late for my 2 o'clock time. I had some technical difficulties where OBS was not seeing Minecraft for some reason, so hopefully I've got that all sorted out, and everything is working. Now, so the things I'm going to be working on for today's stream is I'm going to be trying really hard to just finish up with anything that's there, so that way I can actually start implementing some of my builds into the world here. And you know, I think I'm done building terrain with Axiom, so I think primarily what I'm doing is I'm going to be painting rocks. I also have to paint up some of this grass here a little bit better. But I did actually go through and made sure that all of my schematics are, you know, at the proper time and what have you. So hopefully it's, you know, everything will go smoothly. The primary thing that I'm going to be doing is, you notice that with these rocks, I just did a very basic texture that I added onto the rocks, and they're not really, how do I phrase this? It's not like bending with the light. Some of these are okay with that. They're not too distorted or out of place looking. Especially on this rock, it almost looks like it's trying to have shadows where there should be shadows, light and highlights where there should be highlights. So honestly, I'm not too worried. This one thankfully was a little bit kind to me in that regard, but I found that when I was painting Zora's Domain, I had a lot more success hand painting. So for instance, this entire section of the rock here should be in complete shadows, and it is not. And where the highlight should be, it's a big black blob. And while I could just leave it as is, I'm a bit of a perfectionist, and so I'm going to try my best to fix it. So without further ado, let's go ahead and start painting. I do worry that some of these formations are a little bit, shall we say, off looking. They don't quite look right. This looks really blobbish, but I also have to remind myself that I believe this is outside of my zone for, yeah, my zoning is at 1250. So if I back up, you're not actually going to be able to walk up to that rock very easily because there's going to be the world border, and I can always hide it with some convenient trees and what have you, because this is going to be, well, the forest. So I'm less concerned about that. But we're going to go ahead and actually keep that out of there. Oops. Let's see here. This tool is going to be my grass texture tool. So we can do a nice schematic, load, grass texture. Is it just like that? I think it's just like that. Haha. And then we can say brush, sphere, hashtag clipboard, and see here, is this where I put the size? I always forget exactly where I put the size. Oh, cool, I got it right. Alright, and then we can say mask everything except for air. And bam, now I should be able to... No! Apparently there are holes in some spaces that the concrete is falling down into. I'll have to be a little bit mindful of that. Why is that? How many of those holes are there? Oh. A number. Not too many, I suppose, but enough to cause the occasional pocket. I'll have to keep an eye out for that when I'm painting, so that way I can just quickly, yeah, just cover it. Bam. Nobody will ever know. Oops. Missed one. Haha. If there is a better way to get that cleared out and sorted out, that would be good information to know, because I don't know of any way to actually deal with those random pockets without manually filling them all. And I'm too lazy to manually fill all of those holes that nobody is ever going to see or know that they are there. They just cause me occasional grief, like making concrete powder fall to its death. And do that. That was a big patch of concrete powder right in there. Well, something I can do is just give it something to sit on and then put the concrete powder on top. Oof. And over here too, but it seems. Good? Good. Alright, let's keep coloring. Whee! Okay, these holes are kind of obnoxious. Maybe I should have fixed the holes and then painted, but what's the fun in that? Oh yes, Shells, there's only a tiny bit of grass to paint. It'll be easy. Oh, apparently I have a patch of dark oak there. Oh. And maybe I don't want to cover all of these with, these rocks with grass. Maybe I need to peel off a little bit to actually make them more stone. So I'm gonna, like, do an undo, like, udon! Undo, like, 20. Bam. Perfect. And just go around some of these rocks. Some of them would be kind of partially covered, but I don't want all of it to be completely covered. This block right here needs to change. There. That darker block. There we go. I have to be really careful with this area in particular because this is my main viewpoint for the wind temple, so I'm allowed to be a little bit picky in how it appears. Like, I might actually pull this moss up over this rock just a little bit, so it's kind of grassy. And something I can do a little bit manually is, I am planning on painting the rocks, but I can also put in, like, lost my train of thought. Choo choo. Oh, Ari has joined the chat. Hi, Ari! Ari is one of my team members, so she's one of the people who actually is helping with a lot of the command blocks and redstone stuff, and she has joined. Yes, Ari, this is the Wind Temple location. In my last stream I was shaping it, and this stream I have to repaint it. So, yeah, I'm gonna stick the Wind Temple right there. So I need to make sure that the area around it looks nice, and get everything painted and pretty. I've noticed that, oh, I did not like that. Undo 2. I noticed that some of my textures are a little bit different. It's like it's the same texture, but it's like it's slightly off to one side or something. It's not too big of a deal. I just have to make sure some of the spots that are in shadow are suddenly being highlighted instead, which is a little bit strange. That one's not doing anything. Oh well. But I honestly, especially once this is all covered in like bushes and grass and stuff, you won't even be able to tell. I did have that spot of dark forest up here. I'm almost wondering if I should just select the entire area and make sure to do a set jungle instead of trying to manually go through with a biome brush for all of this, because this is pretty well everything in this area should be jungle. So I'm gonna... Wow, that's a lot of holes in the ground. How does this keep happening? Yeah. How in the world do I fill all of this? It's awful. Alright, whatever. I'm going to pretend that there aren't 1,000 holes poked in the ground over here. I'm going to blame Axiom, because I'm pretty sure these weren't there before Axiom. So something I did with Axiom has caused all of these little holes to appear. Oh well. I just don't know how to fill all of those little tiny holes. Alright, I'm pretty confident that most of this is already jungle, and if I make my bounding box too big, it's going to lag like crazy, so maybe I'll just shrink-a-dink it to within approximate bounds for where the world border is going to be, just that way I don't have any weird spots. Yeah, I'm still out of bounds over here. Up, 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 up. There it is. And over slightly. I'm a little bit concerned that there's an awful lot of this hill that is in bounds, which means at least one player, you know somebody's going to go anywhere they possibly can. So some player's going to end up here. It just means that I have to, as a game creator, put in something to reward the player for their exploration and put something like a cookie over there. Be like, congrats, you found a spot that nobody else is going to bother climbing. Alright, position 2, and we are going to be like, is it set biome? Set biome. Jungle. Boink. Make a region selection first. I did! I set second position both times, didn't I? Right. Time to go back to over here. Alright. Alright. That is still so bizarre how many random holes are everywhere. Am I... Okay, I don't want to get any of the dark forest, so I should probably make it somewhere... yeah, here. Position 1 this time. And then we'd say set biome jungle. And that just ensures that there aren't going to be any weird pockets in places. Alright, now to actually continue painting. I don't like having these little path block sections in here, so, because I want this, oops, I want this biome to look a bit, you know, very lush and pretty, so it doesn't really make sense to have, the brown that I had for Hyrule Field. At some point, I'm going to probably go in and clean up, like, more specific spots of put a nice vine area here, put some of the mossy cobble going up in some cracks here and there. I don't care about that right at the moment. This is mostly just a general, making things look good enough that I can actually start implementing builds and stuff. I can do more by hand details later. The main thing is that once I get the world to a point that I'm happy with it, I can go ahead and actually copy the world and save it to then use as the base for my nether, because I'm just going to take the overworld and do minor changes to the biomes to make them look extra spooky, and then put it directly into the nether. So I need a base to do that with. And so a lot of the painting and stuff isn't really necessary because it'll be changed in the final rendition of everything anyway. But I like having something basic to start with. And then I can actually, I'm going to, if I get enough time today, I want to be able to actually start loading up some of my schematics. Like, I want to upload the entire Hyrule Castle. I want to, and Castle Town, put the Temple of Time in a different spot from where I have it in my current schematic. And then, yeah, putting in the Wind Temple. I didn't save the schematic for the Water Temple, so I actually need to go through and actually make sure I get that saved. So I can't upload the Water Temple, but at least I can do Castle Town, the Castle, Temple of Time, and Wind Temple. And I don't have an Earth Temple right at the moment because what I had for the Earth Temple is too small to use, so I have to rebuild it. Whee! Anyway, back to painting. We're going to go ahead and make another brush. This one, actually, let's make it a stone brush because we're painting stone, right? Get it? Alright. Let's see here. What am I doing? We're doing another schematic load. So I'm just going to put down, again, my basic texture over the top of the stone, and then I can start painting it individually. So schematic, load, what's it called? Schematic list, so I can see what I'm doing. Is it just stone texture? Stone texture, it sure is. Alright, schematic, load, stone texture. And yeah, I'm gonna need the 90-degree angle one as well, but for now, brush, sphere, hashtag clipboard. We'll make this one slightly smaller. Let's do like 7. Sure. And then we're gonna put a mask. I might actually, well, for this one I don't need to make a big complicated mask. It's just masking stone. There. And then I need to do the exact same thing for a 90-degree angle. So for those of you who don't know, if you paint this and it's facing this way on this wall, that's great and all, but the moment I turn 90 degrees and start painting it over here, it starts making just like straight lines and looks terrible. So I need to, that's why I have another schematic that is stone texture 90, which is the same texture just put on, flipped to a 90-degree angle. It's kind of annoying that I have to do that, but it's just how World Edit does things. So I need to load first. Load. There. And then we are going to do the exact same, that, and then another mask of stone. Alright, cool. So now I can go through and actually paint all of these rocks. This should be pretty easy and take me minimal amount of time and effort because I've already got the texture down. And then I'll have to go through and paint all of these rocks with some more complicated brushes to get like some proper shading down into it. The nice thing is I don't care as much about these rocks because a lot of them are going to be covered by trees and foliage and what have you, but I still want it to look half decent. Oh, right. I might need to do the mask, the complicated mask. So basically I have to identify all of the things that I'm using in my texture, so I think we've got mask, we have clay. See if I can list all of these things just by looking at it. Going from lightest to darkest. Do I have to put a space? I forget. if I need a space. Andesite, stone, tough. Is that great? No, that's a cyan terracotta, I think. Cyan terracotta. Oh. It's not like doing the autofill for me, so I have to type everything. Let's see here, and then we have smooth basalt, polished blackstone, and then just regular blackstone, looks like. Haha! Now there, that's what we're wanting. Oh, and I need to do that same one for that one. So now I can actually get that. I'll have to do that same exact mask for all my more complex brushes as well. The main tricky part is there are some spots that I have to be, like this one where there's dark up against the light. It's going to stand out a little bit when I'm brushing, but it's fine. It's fine. It'll be fine. Again, these stones don't have to be perfect, especially since I'm going to paint over them all anyway with more complex shading, because right now, yeah, big shadow spot right where, well, the highlight's gonna follow that ridge there. I'm pretending that the light source is coming from, well, actually I have the sun in about the right spot for where my light source is going to be, but even just a little bit that way is where my light source is. So a lot of this is actually going to be in shadow because it is facing away from the light source, whereas everything over on this side, I did actually go through and paint that rock. You can see that it doesn't get into any of the dark shadows at all because this is all in the bright sunlight right there. And so that's kind of what we're doing, is trying to pretend that there are there's a direction to the light, and so that's why I have to individually paint these, and it'll actually make this look a lot better once like on this rock, for instance, where it's like nice and bright and then a nice shadow being cast from it. So that's the idea, but for right now I'm just getting basic textures down. Thank you, Hakon, for your nice comments. I'm hoping that this turns out well. I'm always a little bit hesitant when it, oh yeah, and I'm gonna have to clean up individual spots like this where it's flat on the top and it looks awful. I'm always hesitant with doing terrain stuff on camera because I know it's not my forte, and I think partially because I'm a bit of a perfectionist. I'm always like, I want everything to be perfect and look nice, and so then when I know that my own abilities are a little bit lacking, I'm just like, please don't judge it too hard. But so far, people seem to like my terrain, so I hope that is maintained. Oh, actually, I want to push this grass over the top of this just a little bit more. So that's a big flat spot. Oop! That's not supposed to be grass. I might need to change the size of this to be just a... Oh, I see what it is. Some of the concrete powder fell down and it went out of bounds of the undo, and so it stayed there forever. Alright, let's change the size of this down to like 7. Size 7. Oh, you like to... Oh, I missed a spot with the dark forest. You know what? I don't care. I don't care. It's just a little spot. No harm can come from this little tiny spot, right? Except it's gonna change my leaf color in just this one spot. How much do I care? So you like doing the terrain, Hakon? I always struggle. I'll admit I kind of put off doing this terrain, and this is why this is, you know, being real here, why I've been really slow with updates. It's not just the fact that I'm busy IRL, but it's also where my main project that I'm working on is a little bit on a standstill because I'm like, ugh, I have to do this stupid terrain still, which is one of the reasons why I've forced myself to do these live streams, because it's like, you know what, Shells? Doesn't matter how much you hate this is going to get done! So that's why I'm doing all of this live streams. Thank you all for actually coming and, you know, showing your support for me and my channel, because, yeah, this is the stuff that I'm like, I hate doing this stuff. Sorry, I'm reading chat. Yeah, so Ari's talking about how she does a bunch of terraforming in her Minecraft worlds completely different than what's there. And I know some people do a great job, like, seeing things that, like, BOO and Good Times with Scar, what they can do in survival mode. I'm just like, no, I hate terrain. I don't want to touch it. I want to stick to building my pretty buildings and stuff. What's really ironic is that in real life, I'm a landscape painter. So, I do acrylic paintings primarily, but I also do oils. And the main thing I paint is landscapes. But when I go into Minecraft and try to do landscapes, it's like, it's almost frustrating, because I'm like, it has to be this exact color, and you can't get it to the right shape and feel, and it's just a lot easier to paint it than it is to build it in Minecraft. So, yeah, that's some bit of irony there. Alright, how do I do this? So here, brush, biome, sphere, jungle, the 15. Oh, no. Oh, the 15 goes before jungle. Sometimes I miss where, like, it doesn't make sense to me, where some things are like, specify the thing first and then the size, and it can, I don't know why it does that. Haha! Look, much better. Problem solved. Problem mostly solved. Haha! Now, problem solved. I think I got it all. Just spam it everywhere just to be sure. Oh, Soup is here. Hi, Soup! Welcome to the stream. Yeah, you don't have to stay forever. I just going to be trying to finishing up the going to try to finish up the terrain. No, where's my wooden sword again? Apparently I've just got entire pockets of dark forest in places still. If I can get this terrain finished today, and I can actually start uploading the Wind Temple and stuff, I will be thrilled to pieces. But most of what needs to be done is just painting a crap ton of rocks. I'm also, along with that, I'm also going to be painting Zora's Domain. The inside of Zora's Domain is going to be really cool. There's a new Zelda title that's Pockets of Darkness. I did not know that. Apparently, I'm out of the loop. Is it another 3D Zelda game? Pockets of Darkness. That's cool. It almost sounds like talking about, because you know that there's like different realms that are adjacent to Hyrule, as we've seen with the Twilight Realm, Termina and stuff like that. So if it explores that idea, that would be really cool. Oh, it's not actually Pockets of Darkness. You're just pulling my leg. Okay. Yeah, I hadn't heard that there was a new, is there a new Zelda release then? I'm confused. You have confused me, Ari. No, there's no new Zelda game. Okay. Yeah. I was about to say I hadn't heard anything like that. That would be really cool. Hakon asks if I've ever seen Black Clover. I have no idea what that is. Oh, what I said sounded like a new Zelda game of Pockets of Darkness. Hey, maybe I'll call this map that instead of Legend of Alex. Just kidding. Yeah, honestly, with the Legend of Alex name, I would not be opposed to renaming it. I only named it that because my original map that I made was Legend of Steve, because it was more of a Minecraft game than it was a Legend of Zelda game. But this one, it feels weird because there's a lot more lore that I'm implementing into the story, so then it's just like, do I continue to call it a Minecrafty sort of naming convention, or do I do more of a Legend of Zelda naming convention? I do have an in-game explanation for Alex. It's a customary tradition amongst the royal family to name all of the females Zelda because of you know, the fact that she is Hylia reborn. And so it's almost like a good luck charm that all of the Hyrule family females are Zeldas. So I was thinking of having the Zelda for this game be like, Zelda is she's actually named Zelda, and but she goes, call me Alex because Zelda is the name of my mom. I've known people in real life who've been like, you know, Spencer Jr., and he's like, don't call me Spencer because my dad's name is Spencer. You know, that kind of thing. So that's kind of my in-game explanation, is Alex is actually named Zelda, but she prefers to be called Alex because Zelda is the name of her mom. I don't know, maybe I'm overthinking that. You guys are talking still about the Clover thing. Sorry, Black Clover. It's an anime. Oh, okay. Yeah, I feel a little bit out of the loop. I used to be really into watching anime and such, but recently the main animes I've been watching have just been the same animes I already know and love. You know, I think I've watched Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood at least 5 times. Yeah, I know Ari is a really big anime fan, so I know she's watches all of the things. I know that you've suggested a couple of animes to me, Ari, and I still haven't gone out of my way to watch them yet, and I apologize for that. I will at some point, maybe. Part of my problem right now is, like, most of the shows that I watch, I have to watch it with my kids, and so I have to make sure that they are kid-friendly. It's a little bit different when my son is in school, and right now the baby's young enough that she doesn't care what we're watching. It can be, you know, it can be swear words all over the place, and or inappropriate stuff, and she doesn't comprehend it all. Like, obviously I'm not going to purposely watch terribly violent things or anything like that, but I don't think it's going to scar her for life if I watch some of the darker films. But at some point, she's going to be old enough that she won't be able to watch that stuff with me anymore. So anyway, my point being is that I kind of can't really watch a lot of things that I would want to watch on my own time right at the moment, unless I'm watching it after kids have gone to bed. But usually what I end up watching then is stuff that I want to watch with my husband, and we will sit and watch TV together, which does make it a little bit different because my husband's not that into anime except Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood and some of those. I used to be really into Bleach, was one that I followed for the longest time, until it reached a point where there was a spot where it was I think that the series should have ended, and it didn't, and it kept going, and at that point I stopped watching. I did not finish Bleach. But I used to be really into it back when I was in, like, high school and stuff. I have actually started watching, I bring up Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood partly because I've actually started watching that with my 6-year-old. He's maybe a little bit young for it, and maybe doesn't understand all the themes to it just yet, but he thinks the action, it looks cool, and so it's fine, I'm sure. It won't scar him for life or anything, right? Right? He's usually pretty good at telling me when things are too scary. Like, at one point I tried to show him Twilight Princess and he thought it was too scary, and we stopped, which is perfectly fine. So, and yeah, there are some scenes where he just goes, "That's too scary for me," and I'm like, alright, you don't have to watch it. Did not mean to paint quite so many of these rocks. I don't know, do I just do an undo 10? Yeah, because that's gonna be a pain in the butt to try to fix. I'll just have to be a little bit more careful. Some of these I'm just gonna manually shove in some grass along the edge. Oh yeah, Twilight Princess looks super cool, which honestly I think that if my son gave it more of a chance, he'd really like it, because he's really into really cool things, but he's also very sensitive to when things get very intense in movies, and he'll, you know, run out of, be like, he just kind of will exit the room on his own accord and then be like, "It's too scary, Mom," and I'm like, "Oh, I'm sorry." And yeah, when we were playing it before, the Twilight Princess, I actually made it all the way to the, past the water temple, but there was the one cutscene where they come out of the water temple and you run into, Zant, and my son just flipped out, and at that point that was where we stopped playing, was because that was too much for him. Just, you know, that whole immediately run into bad guy, get kind of beaten up by a bad guy. So that's again, at some point I will need to revisit it, because he's such a big Legend of Zelda fan, and I mean, he gets it from me because I'm a big Legend of Zelda fan. There we go. Oh, I keep getting that just the very tail edge of these, and I don't want a big long blob of dirt in the middle of this stone. There, good enough. Maybe. Yeah, the problem with my rocks here is I've rounded all of the edges, so I can't just be like, the grass goes up to here and stops. I have to actually, like, determine, okay, where is my rock and where is my grass? Because, and yeah, I'm kind of treating it a little bit like my landscape paintings, where I'm just kind of, alright, big blob over here. But it's not always the best, unfortunately. You recommend the cat anime? Which cat anime? Sorry, I missed that. Night of the Living Cat, or Night, I guess. Yep, Night of the Living Cat. It's a B horror movie about a zombie apocalypse, but instead of zombies, it's a virus that turns people into cats if they touch one. That just sounds silly. I don't know how much my son would be into that, to be honest with you. I have to also be mindful that, you know, I have to pick things that my son will be like, yeah, Mom, that was cool! So he's really into superheroes and stuff like that. So recently I've been introducing him to the original Marvel movies and such like that. So just recently watched, you know, Iron Man and Captain America and stuff like that. Some of my reasoning for doing that is because it's really funny. Anytime we meet somebody new, my son goes up to the person and excitedly says, "I'm the king of superheroes!" And then they always ask, well, who's your favorite superhero? And then he goes, me, I'm electric superhero, you know, and it's like, okay, well, obviously I have not actually introduced him to enough superheroes for him to decide who his favorite superhero is. For a while he was calling Link a superhero, but Link is not a superhero. He's a knight of Hyrule. So, oops. But yeah, so I've been watching a bunch of the Marvel stuff. Ari's still talking in chat about the Night of the Living Cat. Oh yeah, Spider-Man is a pretty common thing for the kids to really like. And be honest with you, we showed Zacchaeus... Oh, I just said his name on stream. Dang it. We showed my kid sorry, recovering from that. We ended up showing him the Into the Spider-Verse stuff. But and he really liked that. But then trying to, like, for a while he was like, I'm gonna buy all this Spider-Man merchandise, but he pretty quickly ended up being like, I'm done. I'm tired of Spider-Man. I don't really like it that much anymore. So it was a short-lived phase for that one, I think. And I think some of it is that if he goes for a long period of time without seeing anything from a certain genre, he loses interest, which is one of the reasons why I keep revisiting playing some of the Legend of Zelda games with him, is because I do not want him to lose interest in that. So my more recent project that I've been doing with him is just trying to completely 100% Tears of the Kingdom, which I know is kind of a silly, futile effort, but, you know, I've gotten all of the Koroks, I've gotten all of the shrines, of course, all of the bubble frogs. The only thing I have left to do in the game is to upgrade all of the armor pieces. I have all of the armor pieces, but I'm trying to upgrade them all with the Great Fairies. And it's surprising how many of them are just like, you need like 9 electric Lizalfos tails just to upgrade all of the armor for, like, I'm working on the Yiga armor right at the moment. And so I have to go farm electric Lizalfos for like hours, and I might maybe get a couple of tails. It's just like, it's a little bit grindy, but some of it is a lot of things that are there, like, you know, getting Gleeok guts, so then I'm out there fighting Gleeoks for a while. Okay, time to go, you know, farm some Lionels now. And he enjoys watching me just, like, you know, ping pong between all of the stuff and beat up bosses and stuff like that. So that's most of what I've been doing recently. I also did a thing where I made sure to get all of at least one horse fully upgraded with Melania. So I did all of the making a ton of random meals and stuff like that, so that way I could get one super beefed up horse. I did the golden horse that was like Princess Zelda's horse. That was the one I ended up upgrading fully, because that's my favorite horse. I ended up naming that horse Buttercup just because the shiny thing reminded me of like the petals on a buttercup, and I like to think that she's, you know, Princess Buttercup. Princess Buttercup. Boo. Ari asks if my son has seen Wind Waker. I did. So somehow I have like an OG GameCube that even has like the Twilight Princess wrap around it, and I know I had Twilight Princess. I know I had, like, for the GameCube, I had Twilight Princess, I had Wind Waker, I had a whole bunch of those games, and somehow all of my Zelda games, other than the GameCube version of Master Quest, Ocarina of Time Master Quest, vanished. It's like we lent them out to people and they never returned them, is I think what happened to them. And it's so sad, especially the Twilight Princess one, because I'll be honest, I hate the Wii version of the Twilight Princess. I much preferred the GameCube version of it. And it's gone. And apparently it was a rare enough thing to get the GameCube version for Twilight Princess that it costs like $200 if you want to buy it from eBay or something like that. And I'm so sad. I really wish that I had the original Twilight Princess anymore. So for Wind Waker is the other one that randomly vanished off the face of the earth. I could probably try to find it again, but yes, the Wii version of Twilight Princess is where they ended up mirroring the entire thing, because they had to turn a left-handed Link into a right-handed swing a sword because of the stupid Wii motion controls. I think that's what drives me the most nutty with it, is that you're just trying, it's not intuitive to sit there and go yeah. I mean, it's fun to hand to my son and he goes, oh, this is funny, I'm beating up the monster. But me trying to do it, it's just like, oh, this is so gimmicky and awful and I hate it. And they did the exact same thing with Skyward Sword, which is why I hate Skyward Sword. So, but, yeah, I really miss the original, versions of that, but we don't have the, Wind Waker, so I actually showed him a YouTube video of somebody playing through it, and I just read the dialogue for him because the person who was playing through it wasn't talking through any of it. It's a little bit different because then I can't, sometimes my son would be like, "Oh, go do this thing, please. Let's go, can you go kill that monster?" And so that's some of the interaction is lost when he's just watching somebody else play through it. And of course the person playing through it never dies. Rarely takes damage, obviously knows the game like the back of their hand, so you're just like, oh yeah, they're just blasting through everything as fast as they can. So he's experienced Wind Waker in that regard. Having said that, it's been a while since he watched that, so I don't know how much he actually remembers from it. So I might have to revisit that one at some point. What I'd like to do is find another copy of Wind Waker and play through it. Honestly, I liked the HD version for the Wii U. I don't own a Wii U, though. My brother does, but he lives far, far away. And so I liked being able to play the HD version of Wind Waker. I actually did think that one was a big jump from the original, partly because of the sail that let you actually go faster through the what happened here? The sail that let you go faster on the boat actually helped a lot, especially for areas like the some of the end game where they're like, collect all the Triforce pieces out in the middle of the ocean and go sailing for hours just to find all of this stuff. So, yeah, I liked the HD version, but I don't own a Wii U, and I don't plan on owning a Wii U, because literally the only reason I would buy the Wii U is for playing that Wind Waker HD. I think there might have been a Twilight Princess HD at one point too, so maybe I'd get it for that, but probably not. Just leave that one well enough alone. Sorry, I'm a little bit behind on chat. Give me a second. Well, so Ari's talking about the fact that they didn't make Link right-handed originally. But something you have to recall is that Link has been left-handed in all of the games, even the original, the very first Legend of Zelda game, Link is left-handed. Always wields his sword with his left hand. And then they had to swap it just because of the motion control things. So back then that was kind of a big deal that they did that, which is why they originally made Twilight Princess with Link being traditionally left-handed as usual, but then they midway through they had the console release of the Wii basically overlapping with the release of Twilight Princess, which is why there's Twilight Princess for both the GameCube and for the Wii, and then they made like just minor adjustments to the game to then release it for the Wii. But the problem with the Wii is that they tried very hard to go off of the gimmicky, look, we have motion controls now! And so, yeah, they had to make everything motion control, so then I think the biggest problem is the game would have been perfectly playable if they just had a button to press to have Link swing his sword, and then it would have just been they could have kept everything else the same, but no, they were so intent on making it as immersive as possible by making it so it's like you're slashing the sword. Or even if they had the slashing the sword, but Link just slashes with his left hand, would that have been so hard? I don't know. No, instead they had to mirror the entire thing, and I gotta say, it just makes the whole feel of everything so bizarre. I really did not like that decision. So, and then the little fairy thing that is, their cursor on the Wii remote was always very distracting. Certain things that you had to pull out the motion controls in order to aim, like the bow and arrow. They've obviously made a lot of adjustments to making that better with things like how they handle it for Breath of the Wild Tears of the Kingdom, where you can use the control stick, but then also minorly adjust the controller for very minute changes. Great, that's perfect. So, the fact that it led to superior technology, that's a plus, honestly. But when they first came out with some of that stuff, they were just like almost too overboard with it. They were gung-ho to make everything about motion controls, and it became very gimmicky, which was again another issue I had with Skyward Sword in particular, and why I will never play that one again. I showed my son a YouTube video of that one just so that way he's seen all of the games, but just do not want to play that one ever again, because I hated the motion controls that badly. Here, sorry, still reading chat. Yeah, the optimized gyro aiming. You want it for Skyrim? That would be funny. I'm honestly highly anticipating the next Elder Scrolls game. I started with Oblivion. I've been playing the Oblivion Remastered like mad recently, though less so now because I got House Flipper 2 and I've been on a House Flipper 2 spree. But for a while I was playing Oblivion like crazy, the Remastered again, just because that was... It's totally my kind of game. I love RPGs and stuff like that. But the game I actually really enjoyed, surprisingly, from Elder Scrolls is actually Elder Scrolls Online. A bit of a controversy there, I'm sure. But I basically played the game pretending it's a single-player game and just tuning out everybody else that's there. Because, yeah, I don't actually care that much about about doing all of the runs with other people in your group and stuff like that. I just wanted to play for the the lore and all of the world and stuff like that. Honestly, I've learned more about like Wood Elves and some of the lore from that just from playing ESO, so I really enjoyed doing a lot of that kind of stuff. It helped build the world. I do agree that some of the problems with Elder Scrolls Online is the fact that you sit around in a dungeon long enough and everything respawns on your face. And then there's also some of the spots where they were clearly trying to push for having multiple players play at the same time, and what really drove me nuts is that I made the mistake of being a sneaky archer in Elder Scrolls Online, and Elder Scrolls Online they have the archer class, but it's not very good, and part of the reason for that is because I'm sitting there going, sneak, 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 I'm going to slowly kill these monsters and sneak up, and then some fighter comes in and just kind of runs straight in, everything aggro's on them, and they just kind of start whacking and slashing, and then they run off, and I'm over there like, oh, all the monsters are gone now. So, that's my only thing that bothered me about playing Elder Scrolls Online. But if you ignored that aspect of it, I enjoyed it quite a bit. I loved their character customization abilities. I still love all of the lore and the races and stuff like that. What's funny was I started with a wood elf character, but I was purposely making them be also an alchemist, and then I learned about the Green Pact, and I felt really silly because then I had a wood elf that was purposefully taking cuttings from flowers and stuff that they were finding everywhere and making potions. And I realized that that would be a terrible way to run the Green Pact, so I actually did a character swap and turned them into a Khajiit. Because I'm weird like that, and the world building and lore means stuff to me. Oh. Ari says that D&D has ruined playing fantasy games for her because she's so used to D&D that when she starts playing a fantasy game, she thinks, I want to play in my world, or I have an idea, I'll quit and add it. Yeah, I don't know. There's definitely something to be said about customization with D&D, but and I'm a part of a couple of Dungeons and Dragons groups that are running right at the moment, but also I just really like being able to play it in a video game form is kind of nice. And I've obviously played Baldur's Gate 3 like crazy. But it's, I don't know, it's funny because I'm trying to do some of the stuff that you can do in Baldur's Gate. I've brought it up to like my DM for our actual campaigns and been like, hey, Baldur's Gate handles this spell this way, and it's just like, well, no. I'm specifically thinking of the spell Sanctuary is so broken in Baldur's Gate 3 because you can cast it as a bonus action, and it in original D&D rules, it just means that the person has to make a wisdom saving throw if they want to attack you, whereas in Baldur's Gate, if you're in Sanctuary, you cannot be hit by anything except for AoE spells. So it's like stupidly busted in yes, as a bonus action. It is super busted in Baldur's Gate 3. And at first when I was trying to make my cleric character, I'm like, I want that Sanctuary spell, and then I actually read through the Dungeons and Dragons rulebook and go, oh, it's not like in Baldur's Gate 3. I've still used it on occasion, but yeah, it's definitely significantly underpowered. Which makes sense for a level 1 spell, but still. Alright. I think I've got all of the grass in this region done. I just need to actually start painting the rocks. Is this this way? No, it's this one. I might actually increase the size of this to 20. Yeah, I actually just started a new campaign with some of my friends for doing a Dungeons and Dragons thing, though this campaign that they've set up, it's really funny because it's based off of, shoot, my husband knows more about the actual name of what it's called, but there's the dropout people who will play Dungeons and Dragons sometimes. They did a world like this, and so it is heavily inspired by that, where it's a Game of Thrones, but everybody is food. So I am currently playing a potato, and any food puns are heavily, you know, they're encouraged. So my character is a baked potato. He is a fryer, but he's really lazy because he's a couch potato. Stuff like that. It's silly. So it's been one of the oddest campaigns I've ever played in, but it's fun so far. Oops. There we go. run D&D as rule of cool. Yeah, and honestly, my brother-in-law is a DM for the other campaign I'm doing, not the food one, the another campaign I'm also running at the same time. And he's usually pretty cool with, if you can give me a good explanation for why a certain thing should work this way, I'll probably accept it, kind of thing, which makes the game more fun in my opinion. But he nixed my Sanctuary, changing it to Baldur's Gate 3 rules, because Baldur's Gate 3 is just so ridiculously busted on that. It's just too overpowered for a level 1 spell. But yeah, I think that doing a lot of those role-playing fantasy games is kind of my jam for a lot of that stuff, because I was one of those kids in school that would always get books taken away from me because I would be reading in class, and I would read too much. It honestly wasn't a good thing. Like, you know, they have all the things that are just like, well, reading's good for you, and I think that was my justification for doing it so much in school, but I wasn't paying attention. It doesn't help that I have ADHD, so yeah, if my nose is in a book, I'm not listening to a word you're saying. And I ended up struggling in class a lot because I was too busy reading books. But that's kind of what I've always done, is just read a ton of books all the time, and it's always been fantasy books. So, you know, I've probably my favorite author is right at the moment is Brandon Sanderson. So I'm a huge Cosmere nerd, stuff like that. So, yeah, in my opinion, doing games that are the RPG style, it's almost like a book that you can actually decide actions in, which is what I really like about playing games a lot of the times, is it's kind of a fantasy escapism, only instead of just, you know, essentially watching a movie of seeing what players do, I am the player and I get to make decisions. So I especially like the games that are more where your actions actually mean something, as opposed to the whole, it doesn't matter what you choose, the end result is going to be exactly the same. I think that's one of the reasons why I was less into Deltarune than I was into Undertale, was because Deltarune basically screamed at you that, you know, it's had a different mechanic of, yeah, it doesn't matter what you do, you end up with the same result in the end, which kind of bothered me. But yeah, so most of what I end up playing is lots of RPG, lots of fantasy element stuff. Alright, so I think I've gotten all of these rocks painted over here. It looks a lot better, but do you guys think I should do at least some shading? I'm kind of inclined to say yes. I might not shade every single rock like I did for Zora's Domain area, but I think I should do at least some shading. I just have to, I think my biggest issue is trying to make sure I, how do I phrase this? I'm trying to do stuff and talk at the same time, and it is not working. I have to get the actual percentages right. When I was doing the inside of the Death Mountain Volcano Center, I had my percentages really stupid, and that was part of the reason why it looked really bad and choppy, was because I needed to adjust my percentages. So I need to make sure I do better this time. see here. What order do I put these shovels in? I usually am weird and try to like make a gradient with my shovels. Cause I can, I guess. I don't know. This is a bad gradient. It does not look good. Let's see here. So it makes sense to go to the stone one. But then I have that one's like too bright, so then that's darker than. It doesn't really matter, and I have to remind myself that it really doesn't matter. Maybe I'll put, yeah, I'll just do that. We're ignoring this. How many levels do I have? Going back to looking here, my darkest one is going to be, let's go ahead and start making these brushes. A brush, a sphere, and it is going to be 60% of the main color, I think. And then, so this is going to be black stone. And then 20% polished black stone. Oh, but this is at the very tail end, that's right. So maybe what I do is I do polished black stone as though it's the main one, and then 20% black stone. I had a big formula in my head for how I did all of these brushes, but it's been so long that I've done them, like when I was painting Death Mountain specifically, that I don't remember what all my percentages were. So I want to say it was like 15% of the higher level, so that would be the smooth basalt, and then like 5% of the next guy up, because why not? Though honestly that's going to make it really, really freckled, isn't it? So maybe not. Maybe I'll just stick with doing 20 and 20 and just leave that. And then at the very end I'm going to mask all of these. Get a drink real quick. Yeah, alright, you're right that a lot of these rocks and stuff are going to be covered by trees, but I want to do at least some sort of shading, especially on areas like this rock that's going to be prominently in front, because this diamond block is on my main viewpoint for when you first walk into the forest, and it's going to be partially in front of the wind temple over there. So stuff like that, I want that rock in particular to be like, that looks good. Some of these ones I don't care about as much, but definitely I need to clean up some of this. And then I have some very weird lines, like that one right there is very stark. So just, I'm not going to make this perfect, it's mostly just cleanup work. Alright, so this one, going to, there's no more black stone. Oh, well actually this one would be polished black stone because now I have to retype it. And then this one would be the smooth basalt. And this one is the next step up, which is cyan terracotta. And next one is going to be cyan terracotta as the main. I'm worried that this is going to end up looking really bad, that I have all of my percentages wrong again, but But we shall see. If I can paint on it and it kind of blends where it's putting the colors down but not like standing out of, I've just painted this, that would be the ultimate goal. Above cyan terracotta is tough. So, boink. Alright. So now we bump to tough. Oh, this one is the upper one, which up one from tough is stone. And then this one would be cyan terracotta. Blink. Up one. Main one is stone. And down one is tough. And up one is andesite. And then this guy, the main one is andesite. Down one is stone. And up one is clay. I think that's how I do these. And then I set forth my big giant long mask. That is all of it. So starting from black stone, polished black stone, smooth basalt, and then cyan terracotta, and then tough stone, andesite, and finally clay. So then I go through and I set that mask for all of brushes. Now let's see if they actually do their jobs. So let's say this side is going to be darker. Oh, I need to make the size just a wee bit bigger. Yeah, the 5. If I were to be like, okay, yeah, that's a bit better. And then I can come through. Highlight is especially along that ridge right there. So these ones I'm actually going to put back down to 3 for right now, I think. Oops. Just so that way it's not overwhelming. Oops. I want that to be darker right through there. This darkest one needs to go back down to 3, I think. Okay. So the shadow is along there, and that creates a highlight along that ridge. And this is going to be the core shadow going right here because the sun, I know it looks like it's over there, but I'm pretending the sun is right there. So that's going to be, actually the core shadow is going to come all the way over here, isn't it? Does mean that it's a little bit shadowy in front of that. Need a little bit of light coming over just over that ridge on the top there, because this is going to be the brighter highlights. This is where the sun is hitting from right over here. Something that I'm excited about is that our summer vacation is almost over here, so I'm actually going to hopefully have a little bit more time since my son is going back to school. So I can actually start doing my own projects more again. I say that, but I still have to watch baby. But I'll admit that part of me does a bit of a happy dance when it's like, not that I don't enjoy my son's presence, but sometimes it's just like that moment of, I can actually do things I want to do again. Yay! So, yeah, I'm kind of looking forward to that. The main issue is that it's been being a little bit problematic with sleep schedules, because I was lax and was like, yeah, we can stay up late for summer. Sure, why not? It's summer vacation. But it means that all of us are having to adjust to waking up at 6:30 a.m. every morning again. And it's led to multiple days where I've been cranky, baby's been cranky, my son's been cranky, that kind of thing. So, you know, it is what it is. But yeah, I'm kind of hoping that it gives me an opportunity to work more on the Baroque architecture. It seemed like most people liked the screenshot of the little bit that I have. I don't have much more than what I have for that screenshot at the moment. I've been spending most of my free time playing House Flipper. I know, shame on me. I should get back to work, Shells. But it has been nice to actually get some free time. So, and I've been enjoying the House Flipper game. But yeah, I'm trying to work on the Baroque stuff. Part of the problem with doing Baroque stuff is it's an awful lot of like tons and tons of statue work and tons of very teeny tiny intricate details. I think part of the reason I'm a little bit on hold with it as well is that they've come out with the shelf blocks in the snapshots, and so I'm like sorely tempted to just switch to the snapshots so I can get those shells. Just to help with some of my more intricate detail work that I'm having to do for Baroque architecture. I'm really looking forward to those because I have been begging for any form of even remotely vertical slab-esque type things, and now we finally have one, and I'm so happy they actually have it. But I'm kind of waiting for the actual drop so that way I can really go through and do a bunch of details. But in the meantime, what I should do is establish main structure stuff for Baroque. And it also involves a lot of math of trying to get all of the Baroque architecture is based off of a lot of ovals, and so I'm trying to be like, okay, looking up how do you make the perfect oval, and it's kind of a pain to do. I could just eyeball it, which is what I usually do with stuff like that, but it just feels wrong to eyeball something that I'm going to be giving a tutorial on. So I'm actually trying to do proper work. Hopefully it turns out looking really cool, and I hope everybody likes it when it's done. But yeah. Honestly, this is all in sunlight along this ridge, because again, that my sun is pretending it's right there. It's going to be shining directly on this, so we're going to have very few spots that are in shadow. It's going to mostly be highlights along this whole thing. Things like that make sense because that is a little bit shaded, especially back around this edge here. But for the most part, this is in a lot of sunshine, so I'm just going to mostly get rid of a lot of these shaded parts like that. Doesn't have to be like in full highlight or anything, but it's not going to be in shadow either. And this needs to be brighter all through there. You can already tell that this is why I spend forever doing these rocks, is because, again, I'm a bit of a perfectionist and I'm just like, no, I don't want to just leave things that don't make sense. I'm going to go through and individually paint every little thing. And, perhaps that's a mistake on my part. Oh, that coarse shadow, that has issues. This side of the rock has serious issues. Okay, and highlights up there. Just trying to make sure that there's not like a stark line right along there. Oh. Ari's heading out then? Alright. Thanks for coming to the stream. I've enjoyed having you in chat. Alrighty. Yeah, I think a part of me is still shocked and amazed that any of you guys show up to my stream. I'm not that interesting of a person. So, thanks for coming. Yeah, hopefully I'll actually get stuff done. We'll see. I go at a snail's pace for a lot of this, but again, these rocks I don't care as much about. Like, you're going to be walking up along this ramp here, but there's going to be trees and stuff in the way. It's also why I didn't worry too much about, you know, there was that weird split where it was going between jungle and dark oak forest. It doesn't really matter, but at least not on that edge. Alright. I just need to mostly establish general. Alright, this is a highlight here. This over here is going to be in shadow because it's facing slightly away. Sure. Similarly, this is going to be a highlight right in here. Highlight. And then basic stone, and then it's in shadow over there. Cool. I think the main person who was chatting with me in the chat there is gone. So, if I go a little bit quiet, it's because I don't know what I'm talking about anymore. I don't even know who's in chat right at the moment. My one viewer might just be my husband. That is part of the problem with doing live streams, is trying to actually actively come up with things to talk about. I know that's why, you know, YouTubers like Green says that he doesn't do streams, is because you quickly run out of stuff to actually talk to with your viewers. Which totally get. Doesn't help that I'm a little bit awkward at times. I'm not an extrovert. So you will have to bear with me for being a little bit quiet. I'm trying to come up with witty things to say, but unfortunately there's not much to talk about with what I'm doing, because otherwise I'm just reiterating, you know, what I've already talked about with it. I suppose something I should talk about is, like, more of the storyline for the game here. But I think I would like to see a little bit more people in the chat before I go on that tangent and rant. So I don't know. This, some of my issues I kind of need more feedback on stuff. You know, I've taken my storyline and my characters and kind of, you know, spitballed them to Soup and Ari, who are helping me build the map. And so far they've both been just like, yeah, sounds great to me. And it's like, okay, but is there anything that needs to be changed? And they don't really know, because it sounds great to them. But that means that I always worry that there's some criticism or something that I'm missing that probably needs to be addressed or changed. But that's part of me just being a little bit worried and anxious that my storyline isn't very good. Like, it's something that when you're very passionate about something, part of you just like worries that it's all in your head, that it's not actually good. It's just, you know, your own thoughts about it kind of overriding whether it's good or not. So sometimes it's good to have people who are willing to offer a little bit more criticism at times, but also it could just mean that I actually have something worth building, and obviously I'm putting forth enough effort into the actual building, and other people seem to be supporting me in that, so I will keep going with it and hope that I don't disappoint people with my storyline too bad. Ooh, that rock's looking good. Alright. That shadow can stay there actually a little bit, because that's kind of the core shadow is following that line. This doesn't need to be quite so bright of a highlight. Yeah, so for the storyline that I've got, the main gist is that and maybe this is kind of just ripping off some existing storylines, but in in Twilight Princess, you end up having this conversation with the light spirit in the Lanayru province, so the light dragon. And the light dragon talks about a story of where the fused shadows come from. The fused shadows are the magic that Midna ends up using to fight against Zant. It's the main magic system used by the Twilight. And so what the light spirit says is that there were what are just vaguely called dark interlopers who tried to take over the Triforce and claim it as their own by using shadow magic. They built up a whole bunch of shadow magic. So that is but then eventually they got so powerful that the light spirits were forced to banish them into the Twilight Realm. So that is actually a pretty good summation of exactly what I'm doing for my storyline here. So it occurs in the what's called the Era of Chaos, in the Zelda timeline. I know some people don't like the Zelda timeline that much, but I've always been, I think it's more fun to, because then, I don't know, sometimes the games feel a little bit samey when it's just, you know, the same storyline over and over again. But if you integrate some of the timeline into it and have it as an overarching theme, I actually think that it's more of a interesting world building stuff there. So but in the Zelda timeline, there's what's called the Era of Chaos, and that is what I'm doing for my map here. This is the Era of Chaos, where people are fighting over the Triforce. It's after Skyward Sword, but before Ocarina of Time. So it's before the Triforce gets sent to the Sacred Realm, where it resides in Ocarina of Time. I'm actually having the game start where you don't know about the Dark Interlopers. They're not the main bad guys at the beginning, because one of the main things that I like is in Ocarina of Time, the Gerudo are actually antagonists to begin with, which sets the stage for why Ganondorf was able to become the ruler of them. And they have a surprising amount of knowledge about things like the Triforce. And so I've come up with some lore reasons for why the Gerudo would know about some of that. And interesting to note, in Ocarina of Time, the Spirit Temple was actually I know that there's been like a Zeltic video about this, but basically the Spirit Temple was originally a temple dedicated to the goddess Din. But what's interesting about it is that the Navi calls it an evil goddess. So Din was originally supposed to be evil. And I'm kind of building off of that idea where the Gerudo follow Din and are like Din's chosen people, and are trying to take Hyrule because they feel like they lay a claim to it because they are the chosen people of Din. And so the main antagonist at the beginning is going to be, there's a big war going on where the Gerudo are actively attacking the Hylians, attacking the castle and stuff like that. So you're going to end up doing the first 3 dungeons, and in fact the boss for the Earth Temple is going to be Koume and Kotake, because it's Twin Rova, the boss from Ocarina of Time. They're actually alive still at this point in time because they're stupidly old, and so this is a young version that you end up fighting in this game. And but then once you defeat the first 3 dungeons, that's when there's going to be this switch where it's the Divine Interlopers show themselves, and their plan is to take over the light spirits, and specifically they are targeting some of the guardians, which would be why Volvagia ends up turning evil, as he's actually been corrupted by the Dark Interlopers. And so that's where I'm going to have this big cutscene where Volvagia, who's the guardian deity of Death Mountain, of Elden region, ends up going mad and like burning a whole bunch of stuff, and then escapes into the the Dark Realm, or the Twilight Realm, basically, which is actually what my nether is going to be, is actually the Twilight Realm, which would be where the Dark Interlopers have been gathering their powers from, which is why they eventually get sent there permanently. Anyway, that's a pretty rough summation of the entirety of my storyline for the world I'm building here. I'm hoping it turns out really, really cool, and I'm hoping that people like it as much as I do. And I hope that my description of it doesn't sound boring or awful. But yeah, I'm looking forward to doing that. I've been trying to build characters and stuff like that. So, you know, I have like a character that is a Sheikah that's an advisor to the king who ends up helping you. And I was thinking of having in the map have Zelda be more of an where she actually accompanies you on the journey for a lot of it. So that way she's not just, you know, a bum sitting at the castle doing nothing. I kind of wanted Zelda to be more, or Alex in this regard, to be more of a snarky character, because I really like characters like, where you have like Tetra, she is Princess Zelda, but she's also really snarky. So I kind of wanted to do a similar vibe for this Zelda, where she's less of the benevolent, oh, I am so kind and gracious, and more of the, come on, Link, let's go on an adventure. So my idea is that she'll actually accompany Link on his journey, specifically to open up the warp points. So when you come to a region, Zelda's actually the one who opens up the warp point that lets you fast travel different places. Now I'm not sure if I want to do like a Zelda instrument, because I don't want to just, you know, make a generic rip off of Ocarina of Time. Oh yeah, you get yet another Ocarina of Time there. But I don't know. I had the thought of having the Temple of Time be a spot where it's more of that you warp to and from the Temple of Time, which honestly would be a bit easier to program, to just have like warp points in the Temple of Time, so then it gives you a reason to go to the Temple of Time frequently, and it also allows you to be able to teleport quickly around the map. Maybe there's like have a generic map of everything, and then when you see a warp point, then you have a button that you press and then you're over there. But I know that Ari was working on making a functioning ocarina that you play songs and that you know, has different effects based off of playing the different songs. So I don't know. I am a little bit torn between what I want to do for that, if I want there to be just another instrument, or if I want it to be just a teleport point at the Temple of Time. It all goes on my list of things to figure out later. Doesn't need to be figured out right now, but I am trying to, you know, think about it. I'm almost done with this little bit here. I still need to tackle... Wait, did I do any of that? I guess I was going along there. That's all looking pretty good. Yeah, I did do all of that, didn't I? Yep, I did. So I just need to do this rock over here, and then I think I'm done with this section. And I think that's the main rocks that I care about over here. So once I get this done, I think I'm going to move on to doing, since I have all my brushes up already, I'll probably just paint more rocks. But I think I'm going to head to Lake Hylia is one that it desperately needs some sort of variance with the shading and stuff, because I did just basically paint everything generic. So I think my forest is done. Onwards! Quick flyby. See, you still end up with like cool ridges and stuff, ridge lines, but I think it helps to actually have a bit more direction to that side is my highlight, these sides are my shadows. I think that's looking pretty decent. Uh-oh. I'm hearing somebody tapping at my door, and it sounds like my baby has found my door and is hearing me. I just hope she doesn't start crying. I've been discovered! Oh, yep, there she goes. She's starting to shriek and be upset because she can hear mommy. Oh well. Do I care enough about this random ridge here? Probably not, because you're going to be in the Lost Woods in order to see this, and you can't see anything in the Lost Woods. Did I actually paint all of that one specifically? I don't think I did, but I think that it's a similar issue. You're going to be in the Lost Woods, and I'm planning on giving the player like the Warden Darkness effect, where you have limited sight, you can't see. So, and it's also going to be clogged with trees, so I especially do not care about any of these rocks on this side until we get to this point outside of the forest where you can see the rocks. So I think I'm gonna shade from this point all the way back. So that's actually looking decent enough there. Bring that down a little bit more. Yeah, I need to stop going into that too far because you're not going to see that. I just wanted the edge of this because you are going to be able to stand and here-ish and see that line specifically. So... and this is less dark because it makes a little ridge, then it goes, this is dark up here, and then a highlight going here. I say highlight, but it's not like completely in direct sunlight, so that's why I'm not going fully bright with it. That's a natural shadow right there. Cool. Sorry, I've stopped talking again, haven't I? I think, see here, think about what other things I need to actually do for the map here. I actually have the Wind Temple is, and the Water Temple are both relatively good. They just need a little bit of updates as far as like shading goes, because my style has included a lot more shading than when I originally built those. So I need to reshade some of them, but otherwise they're pretty good. But I still don't have puzzles finished for a lot of them. I have puzzle ideas. I think the more finished as far as puzzles go is actually the Water Temple. I have lots of ideas for how the Water Temple is going to play out. It's not going to be too crazy, to be honest with you. I know that historically the Water Temple is usually the most confusing, challenging, as far as puzzles go in all of the Zelda games, but I on purpose made this Water Temple not that bad. Most of the puzzles are involving playing with the item that you get, which will be the trident, and specifically a trident with Riptide, so it forces you to have to like fling yourself places. I think the items that are more used and memorable in the Zelda games have always been the ones that actually affect your ability to travel, so things like the hook shot. So that's kind of what I'm trying to do with that. So a lot of my puzzles are more of like jumping puzzles and flinging yourself places. I don't have as many like actual water-based puzzles, I guess. I should probably consider adding some, but yeah, so water temples, oops, that was not the right color to put there. Water Temple is it's going to be the easiest to implement, honestly, into the world. I'm sad that I don't have the schematic of it yet. I need to go through and grab the schematics so that way I can then transfer it over into this world. I do have a schematic for the Wind Temple. I have some puzzles planned for the Wind Temple, but there's also a lot of the temple that it's like, and then somehow you get from this point to all the way up here. I don't know how. So some of that stuff needs to be filled out. But yeah, so those are my two most finished of the actual temples that I've got. Man, those rocks look so much better with that with the highlights on them. It's subtle, but I'm sure if I were to compare this, a before and after shot, you'd be like, wow, that looks really cool. What was there before was fine. It's just, well, it looked like this, where it's randomly stripy instead of on purpose stripy. So anyway, this is why I'm doing this. Okay, this stuff, I'm going to need to completely color this rock, except for this back side of the rock, but this is going to be mostly in highlight because this is where the sun is shining and hitting everything, so right in here is all going to be highlight. Maybe I need to make my brush bigger for this. That can fall into shadow just because it is, well, maybe I'll just use more of that. It can be a bit more in shadow over here because it is going into the dark forest, so I guess it makes sense that it's kind of shady and stuff. But this, all along this ridge, is going to be shiny and pretty and beautiful. There we go. run out of things to talk about again. That's okay. There's only one person in the chat right at the moment, but that's probably why there's only one person in the chat, is because I keep running out of things to talk about. This is weird. A weird spot. Again, do I paint all of this with grass? Do I leave some of it there? How much of this is grass and how much of it is stone? I do not know. Yeah, sure. That's decent. Alright. This needs to be a highlight along here, actually, because this is... That one is okay to be shadowy on that side. This side needs to be brighter. But this is where the highlight is going, is along there. There we go. I am hoping that this all turns out. I've been so worried about this terrain. I'm worried I'm putting in all of this effort and then people are going to be like, yeah, your terrain is subpar, and I'll be like, yeah, you're probably right. I'm not the best at making terrain. I know I'm going to have to like troubleshoot a lot of just like straight up errors though, especially places where, and you have to watch this when making any map, where if there's like a hole that happens to be 2 blocks deep, then your player falls in, then they can't get out. Yeah, that sucks. So I have to really make sure to troubleshoot a lot of that kind of stuff. But knowing how expansive and huge this map is, it's going to be hard to get every little thing. And I can even look at things like this and be like, this looks too chunky, and I could spend hours and days and months just nitpicking little tiny bitsies of this terrain. Just kind of what I have been doing a little bit, but that's because I want to get it right. Go. These mostly flat walls, I'm just like trying to make any, you know, subtle changes where I can, but not make it terribly drastic. Just because most of this is going to be one kind of color, but I still want there to be little bits of shading. I do think that this is where some of my, you know, landscape paintings IRL helps me do some of this, which is why I'm painting the rocks this way, is because it feels more like how I would paint a landscape. It's just, you know, stand back and be like, alright, we've got highlights over here on this side, and we've got shadows over here. Maybe a bit darker there. So in some regards, I'm actually kind of enjoying approaching the landscape more like this rather than, but I also worry that I tend to get where it starts turning a little bit overly busy because everything in this map has a gradient to it. And I know that was one of my criticisms when looking at maps initially, was that I thought that a lot of maps, to make things look detailed, people tended to over detail a lot. And unfortunately with this map, I'll admit I'm kind of falling into that trap a little bit where everything is detailed. There are, you know, how many blocks make up this grass texture? A lot. But I also found that just having flat grass was, you know, just grass blocks and nothing else. It's really boring. And I also don't like the you know, people using the exact same color just with 50 million different textures of it. Because that just adds busyness without necessarily adding depth to it. So, but I don't know. It's a fine line when you're making Minecraft builds. How much detail is too much? Is it okay to paint things like this? And I think it also goes for what's, you know, depends on what style you're going for. I don't know. I like that there a lot of the games, like even Skyward Sword. I've mentioned that I don't really care for the gameplay for Skyward Sword, but honestly the art style for it is quite beautiful. They have the incorporated spots where it looks like there are places that are made with brush strokes. And Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom did a little bit similar, where it's, you know, a mix between some of the realism side of things, but with a very distinct cartoonish style, or with what, again, more places that look like they're made with brush strokes rather than with, you know, just actual textures. And I really like that, so that's where I think I can get away with doing some more of this gradient-y sort of look with my map here, is because I think it's more true to what you would find in a Zelda game. That's my hope anyway. Hopefully other people agree with me. There we go, nice shady rock. Actually, hang on. Where's my core shadow? I think I did that wrong. So I think a lot of that is actually going to be lighter up through there. A little bit darker there. The core shadow, since the light is coming from over there, is actually going to be along there. So if I build out from there, this is actually going to be a little bit lighter along that ridge. This core shadow is going to come down and follow that line, I think. Maybe. I did wonder, I did debate whether I should change some of these rocks to be more similarly colored to what I have Death Mountain, where it's more of a tan instead of the more bluish rock that I've got going here. Just because in, like, some of the looking at the forest area in like Farron in other games, it does seem like they have more of a brown rock texture for it. But the thought of going through and modifying all of this to be the more brown texture, for one thing, is a bit of a daunting task, and for another thing, I think because it's not as much of a color scheme you find people making for rocks in Minecraft, I think it would stand out too much. So I think leaving well enough alone is fine for that. That's why I'm continuing to paint it with these colors instead of going for more tans and browns. There's also less browns and tans that I like in Minecraft. So it's much easier to do this kind of color scheme. At least for stone. What I really don't like doing, though, and something that you'll notice that I've completely avoided, is I do not like using cobblestone for my stone textures. I think that's something that a lot of people end up doing, and it honestly bothers the heck out of me. Some of it is the texture. If you, and I talked about this a little bit in my gradient video, if you have a lot of like heavy textures, in a otherwise smooth palette, those really granule textures stand out, which is one of the reasons why cobblestone just looks hideously gross in a lot of builds. But beyond that, it's I don't know, it's harder to... Yeah, I think the texture is probably my biggest complaint with cobblestone, but even then it's like it's just not quite the right shade for actually changing. Some of it is because it's so crunchy. It has elements that are darker than stone, and some are elements that are lighter than stone, and it's hard to pinpoint exactly what it's trying to do. I'm gonna actually push some of the values a little bit more in this. I know it's mostly in shadow here, but there are some ridges I want to kind of emphasize. There we go. That looks a little bit better. So yeah, I don't usually like doing cobblestone at all when I'm doing any of these, doing a stone texture anyway. I had a lot of fun making this particular gradient because it used things like cyan terracotta and other blocks that people... Oops. A lot of blocks people don't usually use in a stone gradient. I actually enjoy making weirdo gradients. Though I know some people were pointing out that Axiom has a way to like pick gradients, and I honestly don't like doing that, but I wanted to show you guys an example. Maybe I'll have to go. I was thinking about this the other day as I was adjusting, when I was live streaming before I started making a gradient in Death Mountain and it didn't work. I did end up actually going through and fixing my gradient. So I have to show it to you at some point anyway, but there was a thought I had for pointing something out. When I was making that gradient, people were telling me, just use the Axiom suggestions for, you know, that you can plug in. Where is it? Is it pressing Alt? No? Shoot, now I don't even remember where I found the thing. There. Oh, I can't show it to you unless I actually find where that is. Darn. Somewhere in Axiom's tools is a way to look at, oh, it's over in here. Gotcha. The gradient helper. This is what it was. And yeah, so basically Axiom has a way where if you're like, alright, I want a gradient, oops, that goes from birch all the way to like moss, and it gives you what it thinks it's the best blocks to go in between. I think it helps if you oops, I'm clicking on stuff I'm not supposed to, if you have some of the less things. But even still, something that I note is if you tried to put this orange glazed terracotta in this gradient, I would shoot you. It was so bad. And so, like, on some hands, like, yes, I can understand where, you know, the algorithm finds things that match approximately what can go in between certain blocks. But sometimes it's just really awful at its job. Oops. Where, yeah, it's kind of there, but also it picks really weird textures. It picks weird saturation levels. I disagree with it. So, yeah, I'll have to show you what I did with Death Mountain at some point, because I did end up fixing that, but I do have to basically plug in my brushes for it and clean it up, because I had all my proportions wrong on my brush percentages, so it wasn't quite right with some of that. Okay. I do believe we've done it, because all this is going to be in stuff you can't see, so I don't care about it anymore. I think that one's already done, so yeah, I think all of my forest rocks are officially painted. Hopefully that looks decent enough. I really like seeing like the contrast of the side that's in light and the side that's in shadow, and it just, yes, it looks so cool. Alright, I'm gonna quickly show you Death Mountain and what I've done with my gradient over there. I have to clean it up a bit, but I also have to do all of these riverbanks for the rocks and stuff, and some of this I have to, again, determine how much do I care about it. Do I shade every little thing? I don't know, but probably should. But just real quick, I'm not going to fix it right at the moment. You know, I'm not going to work on Death Mountain at the moment, but I wanted to show you the new gradient I made for it. So it is a lot more vibrant than what I had before. What's really funny is Ari was in chat earlier today, and she, when I was talking about like ugly blocks, she picked up this resin block and was like, this is the ugliest block that they've added so far, and I just was like, nah, I can find uses for it, and then boom, I ended up finding a use for it. I think the challenging thing, the problem I was having before was I was trying to transition from the orange lava to a red and then back down to this brown, but I was doing so while dropping saturation. And so I had to up the saturation on everything, which meant that I ended up completely removing netherrack, because netherrack was too desaturated. What I ended up using instead is actually this, the crimson hyphae. Yeah, the crimson hyphae, which also gives it this cool, like, the roiling, animated lines on it, which is really cool. It does have a bit of a purplish tone, but it actually worked really well to then transition to my soul soil and gray terracotta, which also has kind of a purplish tone to it as well. So I'm actually really happy with that. The other problem I had was I was trying to go too dark, where I was going to a black terracotta, so I ousted the black terracotta and instead went to the dark red of the nether brick instead. So I'm actually really happy with this gradient. I just need to actually clean it up, because you'll notice I made like really stark lines with it before, so I need to clean up a lot of that stuff. But not right now, because I still have all my stone brushes, and so I will do stone stuff. some point I need to blend in Death Mountain into everything else a little bit better. I have some weird stark lines going right at the moment. I feel like that's another thing that could be cleaned up afterwards. It doesn't have to be perfect right at the moment. So, but at some point I need to just like blur these lines a bit more. Some of it is you don't notice it as much on the land as when you're in the sky. But it does need to be blended better. But that is a job for another day. For right now, I need to really attack these cliffs right here and into Lake Hylia is what I need to do. I'm getting so close to being done, guys. Honestly, these rocks being painted and it's the last thing before I can finally start adding in my castle town and stuff like that. I'm really excited. Ooh, some of this is just like the muddy bank stuff, which is kind of cool. So I just need to darken that a little bit more. Sure. I wonder how far up did I end up painting with stuff before. Is this painted? I think it is actually, because I had a bit of a highlight over here. But it's hard to tell sometimes. I think I'm going to call that good enough. This is definitely not painted though, because this is all supposed to be highlight because the sun is shining from over there. So this in particular right here needs to be highlighted. There we go. Some of that is just my mud texture that I put into their, was that last live stream or the live stream before? I don't remember. And that can stay, honestly. I don't care about that as much. But some of these cliff sides over here need a bit of help, because again, this is supposed to be in highlight. Some of this won't matter as much because this is also going to be where the castle is going to sit. And the castle is going to dictate where I'm going to put in towers and stuff. But I figure I should actually get a good base. So that way it looks a little bit nicer to then plop towers on top later. So yeah, highlights. Oops. There. Does anybody have any questions for me for what I'm doing? Did I not paint this with my mud texture? Did I miss this river? Oh, great. How did I miss all of this stuff? Because that... Whoops. Have my mud texture, and then it just ends. Oh no, what did I do for my mud texture? I'll worry about it in a second. I just have to make a mental note that my river is not mudified over here. Sometimes I scroll the wrong direction where I think I'm scrolling to make it darker, and then I accidentally put in highlights where I'm trying to put in shadows. I don't know how many times I end up doing that, but it's more frequently than I should. This is a little bit dark because I'm not quite at core shadow yet, especially not over there. This is going to be actually a little bit, because now I have to, left side is where my light is, and the shadows are going to be on the right. It's still not going to be like highlight right there, because it is mostly in shadow back over here, but yeah, it's hard. It's easy to run out of things to talk about when my chat is quiet. Sorry if I'm being quiet. What else is there that I can talk about while I'm making rocks? Here we go. This is where a bunch of the core shadow is going to be, is right in this side. This is all going to be completely in shadow right through here. It's definitely going to cut an interesting profile having this really dark stone with then the castle coming up from it. Oh, and the castle is made of warm grays, so that's going to be fun to blend it down into these cool grays that I've got over here. It's doable, I just have to remember that that's what I'm doing. Oh. Wrong way. There we go. Still recall when I tried to do one of the things that ended up happening was I was trying to basically speed up the video of me doing what I'm doing here with the live stream for one of the videos, the painting a continent, I think it was, and I was painting Zora's domain in the area around there, and I initially tried to just speed up the video, and it ended up turning into and you couldn't see anything that was going on. So that was a mistake. And then for some reason, I think because I ended up having like 6 hours worth of footage of just me doing this rock coloring stuff that I was trying to condense with replay mod, it ended up replay mod freaked out and would not work right for me, so I ended up losing some of the footage from that. So that was kind of entertaining that I ended up having to do that when I was recording making the painting the continent video. I apologize if you can hear crying in the distance. My child is apparently unhappy. Actually, this is all, well, in sunshine. Oh, that's Gotcha, that's mud over there. Yeah, I can blend that in a bit more. That's fine. This over here. We actually have some brighter edges to the rocks. Woo! Alrighty. So I've done the inside of the island thing there. Now I just have to do the outside of it. This region. Actually, this is probably there. That was a more core shadow stuff. Did I already paint this? This looks pretty dark through here. Oh no, this is not right. This needs to be more core shadowy right here. So it's facing directly away from where my light source is. Okay. I'm honestly surprised that any of you are still watching at this point, because it is a long process to do all of these rocks, and unfortunately it is the work that needs done the most here. But you have to know, I'm so close to being done. I'm really excited. So this is that ridge, upper ridge is actually going to be hit by just a little bit of light there. There we go. So, and that's more light there. Maybe that was too dark. Back. Because I need to bring back some of that light there. So yeah, this is all getting to be where it's going to be in solidly in light again. Here we go. One of the cool things about having a big ravine like this and doing the painting is that you get some very stark contrast of this part is in light, this part is in shadow, and I think that actually adds to visual effects. Just one of the reasons I'm trying really hard to paint this more. And I think I want to do the same thing in Lake Hylia. Again, part of me was tempted to just leave a lot of this when I was doing it initially, but I think that was just me being lazy, but I know me better. I'm more of a perfectionist. That has to look absolutely correct. That is really too dark right through there. There we go. Oops. Yeah. Oh, that cliff looks so much better. Like, yeah, there's less ridges in it than in some of the other places, but I think that's okay. Especially since the castle's going to be coming up from here, so... This needs to be in highlight. This corner right there. And then it can start fading into shadows over here. Yeah, it looks like when I was doing the mud, I went along this side of the water and completely forgot to follow the path on the other side over here. I had a bunch of mud brushes that I think I need to remake in order to finish that off. Darn it. Whatever, I'll continue with these rocks, I'll finish the rocks, and then I'll do mud. And then it will be done. It will be beautiful and glorious, and I can actually move on and start putting in the castle and stuff. Mud does add like some very defined lines down here, but I actually kind of like that in places because it makes it look wet and, you know, it adds a little bit more emphasis to the actual river itself. So I don't mind a lot of that. Through there. There we go. Checking the lighting in the room because I know there was that one time that I wasn't paying attention and it got really, really dark in here. I'm trying to make sure that doesn't happen again, but I think I got all my lights on this time. There we go. That bank is done. So the rest of this is just mud all the way through. This side is not done though. Kind of looks like I was trying to start painting over here. I'm wondering how much of this is done, because I know I was working over here at one point, but I don't remember how much I did and how much I didn't do. I know I haven't touched the entire back wall of Lake Hylia, but I also want to make sure that all of these rocks are done properly. But see, this looks proper, where that's my core shadow, and then it fades to lighter stuff over here. Maybe could be a bit lighter through there. Yeah, I think I did this rock already. Because it's decent. Except for this. Okay, I didn't do all of this rock. Did some of it, though. Part of me is tempted to just jump bank and go over here, but I know if I do that, I'm going to end up having problems like with the mud where I end up skipping over stuff because I think I've done it all and I really haven't. Maybe I didn't do this rock fully. I don't know, it's hard to say. That looks like I did that. That. I don't know, did I do this whole rock? No. That's all a shadow. There. Maybe a little bit of highlight right through there, but not too crazy. That all just needs to be. Shadowy. There we go. Decent enough rock. Do I come over here and do this one? I think I do. Something else I have to come up with when I'm making this huge world is like, I have all of these cool rocks and stuff. What do I put on them? In Breath of the Wild, that's where they ended up putting a whole bunch of like Korok puzzles and things like that over pretty much everywhere. I don't have Koroks in my game because my timeline is, while they were still Kokiri, they're not Koroks. They're strictly forbidden to leave the Lost Woods. So, or they die. So no Koroks, can't have those. But I have to come up with some other puzzles to put in places or mini games and stuff. Otherwise I end up with a whole bunch of this really beautiful terrain, but then like nothing in it. It kind of starts to suffer from the open world syndrome, where it's just like, okay, why am I having to explore this world other than for the sake of exploration? Well, turns out people get pretty bored of that pretty quickly, so I have to give them a reason to explore and look for stuff. I know Ari was talking about doing things like, especially for this big long river, doing some sort of river rafting mini game where you start all the way up at Zora's domain and have to river raft down it, similar to what you do in like Twilight Princess. So that could be cool, and that is one of the reasons why I am paying so much attention to how these rocks and such look around here, is because then imagine doing a little river rafting thing where I have to then boat ride all the way through a bunch of rings and stuff, and maybe have Octoroks shoot at you or something like that. But then, you know, that's a cool looking mountain. Do I give the player some sort of prize for climbing to the top of it? Probably. Probably should, at least. What kind of prize do I give them? Have to balance what you reward your player with. Alrighty. Sometimes I like to back away from a build or come to like where I would actually be viewing the rocks from and take a critical look at it and be like, does that look like those look normal, like normal shading and what have you, to kind of really help bring home where highlights should be. So you could argue that like there shouldn't be a shadow necessarily in this spot because it is still mostly in direct sunlight, but it actually makes that a little bit more dynamic to have it a little bit darker there, and then coming forward to then being the highlight right up here on this front over here. So, and that's not where the highlight ought to go. It's more on right over there. There's a bit of a shadow there. Almost have to overemphasize some of those spots. Alright. I think that's this collection of rocks. Pretty well finished. Right? Yeah. I think so. How about this rock? Did I do this rock already? That rock looks wrong. I did not do this rock. Alright. Go core shadow right here. Sometimes it helps me to like draw a line of exactly where the core shadow is and then shade around that, and similarly like draw a line where the highlight is and then kind of blend everything afterwards. This is actually going to be a little bit lighter here just because this edge is a little bit more lit up, and then I can create more of a shadow line there. There, that's cooler. I can appreciate that. Maybe add just a tiny bit of core shadow down there. And that spot. Blend it. Yeah, so this is all core shadow because it's facing away from where my imaginary light source is. There. I do worry that that black really stands out against, especially this where it turns into the savanna, so it starts getting more of the yellowy grass. It's not the prettiest. Actually, you know what? I might be a bud and cover this all with grass. Just because I don't like the way that looks. We can pretend that the grass just covers this side. It's a bit of a cop-out, but I think in that case it was getting so dark that it was kind of ugly. That's still kind of ugly. But I don't care enough about this random mound for me to bother making it prettier. So there. Ah. Alright. And then I already did this stuff, didn't I? Oh no, that doesn't look right. Nope, I did not do that. Whoops. Wrong way. Yeah, because my highlight line is going down here more. That's better. Alright, now I need to do this one. The main thing I have to worry about is I also have this the mesa over here, and I think I'm just gonna leave it. The mesa looks a lot better with the brown grass, which is why this side was standing out too much. It was being ugly. I don't think there's any way to really tone that down too much, though. But again, I don't think that this is a relatively unimportant part of the map, so I don't think people are going to nitpick this too much. But oops, that's not core shadow. It is darker because this through there, that's core shadow. There we go, and now we can shade around that. Bit of a lighter spot there, going back down to that lighter spot didn't work. There we go, that's better. Maybe a tiny bit of shadows along that. Right there. Oops. And then this is all in highlight here, though that is a bit of a cast shadow over there. I have to be careful with cast shadows and stuff, because I could argue that some of these mountains would be casting a shadow onto some of these, but if I start getting too particular with it, with cast shadows, it just looks kind of bizarre, and it's very time consuming to have to do. So I honestly try to avoid doing too much cast shadows when I'm doing shading here in Minecraft. I try to keep some of them in mind, but overall I avoid them. A neat little ledge right there. Do I put grass on it? Yes, yes I do. Perfect. Yep, I can appreciate that. This, however, I do not appreciate, because this is all supposed to be highlight right through there. It's exactly where the sun is hitting. It's along this ridge. That didn't work. Let's see here. This is more of the highlight right along there. That's certainly going to be lighter, but not a highlight. There. There we go. Ooh, that's looking nice. Look at it, fell too far. That's decent. I did not shade the back side of this much though, apparently. There we go. Alright, I think the last thing to do now is to attack this back wall. Oh yeah, I never fixed this. I think... How do I fix this? I think I need to bring it out and have a more defined line where the mesa ends and this comes, so I need to like either pinch that in or move this out. I think it might be easier to pinch it in a little bit more. Here I am just painting to pinch it in. I should just like shove it with Axiom or something. How do I shove it? Is there like a push? I think there is. I just have to remember how to actually work this. Maybe melt? If I melt it a little bit. Did that do it? Yeah, kinda. I need my mesa brush, so I need to Let's see here. Golden pickaxe. That's Mesa-y. What did I'm gonna have to do a schematic list just so that way I remember what all my schematics are. Terracotta texture. That makes sense. Alright. Schematic load. Terracotta. Terracotta texture. Oh. Brush, sphere, hashtag clipboard, and this dictate the size is like 5. No, of course, for this one, the size goes after the hashtag clipboard. I wish that was some more consistent. It is not consistent. Mask anything but air. And then I have to be very careful to not click too much into this. Feel like I need to pinch that in. Like if I could get it to curve in more definitively, that would be great. But see here, is this even in range of the map? It is not. No, so where is the edge of the world border? Way the heck over here. Ah. You know what I'm going to do then? I am going to plant a perfectly aimed tree to just cover this one spot. Because, yeah, I don't know how else to approach that. Alrighty, back to shading. Kind of a weird angle because it's all mid-tones through here, which makes it kind of harder to shade more definitively. It's much easier when you can be like, this is a highlight and this is a shadow. When it's all mid-tones, it's like, it's vague. But here I can say that's actually on a better curve right there because that's more definitively a shadow right there. And then I can continue to say this is kind of away from my imaginary light source, so shadows on this side. Whereas this ridge here is actually going to be just a tiny bit lighter till it gets down here, and then it's going to get dark again. I actually need more grass over here. This looks like I intended to put more grass there, but I had a certain size already set on my brush, and I didn't want to change that size. So I just kind of left it where it was instead of filling it in better. That's a bit better. That is going to be darker shadow right through there though. Potentially even some really dark stuff in that bit. And then we're lightening up because we're actually coming into where the sun is hitting it. So that's shaded there. That's a mid-tone. That shouldn't be there. What are you? Some leftover terracotta, it seems. This is why you go over your things in your map like 50 million times, because you're bound to have missed something. I can hear my baby making cute babblings in the other room. Ma ba ba, ma ba ma. I will say that is one of the advantages to having children is the cuteness overload with just like the simplest things sometimes. Like the kid is randomly babbling and it's just the cutest darn thing ever. Mid-tone that whole thing and then come through and kind of shade this backside here. There. This bad boy is all in shadow right through here. I on purpose tried to make this backside of Lake Hylia have a bunch of like deep crevices into the rock, so that way it wasn't any more of the just it was like yeah, and had actual like accents to the curves, which is one of the reasons why I want to come through and really highlight those, is because I think it'll add a lot to the depth of it if it matches some of that. Some of that mud is a little bit high on there. Take it down a notch. There, that's better. Oops. There we go. I am getting so close to being done with this. Just around the ridge and that island, and I think we're done. Then I'm pretty well ready to save the map. And oh, I forgot the mud area. Adding in mud, and then I just have to save the map and so, you know, as a separate file, and then I can actually start loading in some of my actual stuff. I want to at least get, if I can. I know I don't want to be live streaming for forever with you guys here, especially since most of this is just me making boring rocks. But one thing I really want to do is be able to get to the point where I can load up the castle. I want to get the castle into the map, and that's kind of been my goal for streaming with you guys today. This is all supposed to be midtones, and it is not. Oops. Let me go into, this is all supposed to be highlight over here. Again, the problem with using just a generic texture is parts where it's like, this is clearly supposed to be a highlight, and this is clearly supposed to be a shadow. Yet the generic texture doesn't know how to do that. Alright. There we go. Some of the generic texture looks kind of cool, and I might leave it. Like, I wouldn't normally put a highlight right there, but it does kind of stand out and look kind of neat by itself. So I might leave some of that, but this needs to be darkened over on this side of it. Really emphasize the nice crevice here, but this side of it needs to be lightened because that's actually going to be illuminated right through there. There we go. Oh, somebody actually went in the chat. Aw, thank you, Fabi. I'm glad that I can at least help with some people doing stuff. Sometimes I'm worried that, you know, especially since I get a lot of comments that are things like, yeah, I watched your tutorial and I still don't understand it. And I'm like, darn. But I'm glad I'm able to help some of you, so I'm glad that I'm able to help you, Fabi. There we go. I kind of like this, like, bit of the crevice there. Sometimes my generic texture actually does highlight sections really well. So, hooray! This one needs to not be a highlight though. This one needs to be a bit more generic, and then this needs to be the highlight over here on this side. 'Cause the sun is hitting it along this side of the ridge. The cathedral videos are enough for a legacy. Hopefully. I did kind of start with those ones, and it was like the big shebang of doing all of the cathedral tutorials. I almost worry that some of my stuff afterwards starts to fall off a bit, which is why I tried really hard to make like the sorry, lost my train of thought. I tried to make the Greek tutorials still like stand out and really detailed, which is why I supersized it a lot. I know that it's impossible to like one-up yourself constantly. You kind of have to be okay with mediocrity every now and then, but I also want to still capture the attention of my viewers and still have people impressed with what I do. Yeah, interiors, I'm kind of surprised at how many times people will make this absolutely gorgeous exterior and then the interior, it's like, is there anything there? Nah, nothing. It's like, but that's like, especially for architecture, that's where a lot of the interest comes from. It's from seeing how the interior is built. Why does that look like it's a hole? Oh, okay, it's just a glitch. So yeah, I always put a lot of emphasis on the interior. It's kind of biting me a little bit in the butt for this Baroque architecture, because Baroque and Rococo are so intricate on the inside because it was basically them being like, let's hire all of the artists to make the most beautiful, gorgeous, ornate thing you've ever seen. So it's like filled to the brim with organic statues and stuff like that, and I'm trying my best with organic statues, but they're not my forte. It kind of shows at times. I'll probably start out the next Baroque video with something along the lines of, do you like making small, intricate, ornate statues in Minecraft? Well, I have the architectural style for you! But I'm trying to put in a lot of effort into it because it's doing that, but I think that's one of the reasons where people keep asking me, are you doing Baroque soon? I'm like, well, yeah, it's in the works, but I might not be finished with it for, indefinitely. I am trying to challenge myself to post more of in progress things. I know, especially with like my when I was working on the Parthenon for the Greek architecture build, I ended up like disappearing for months, and some of that was because I had a new baby, but some of it was I was working on it and it was in the works. It was just sitting there and I didn't want to post any pictures of it yet because it wasn't done, and I need to kind of get over some of that with myself where it's like I need to post things even though they're not done, they're not perfect, let's actually get them out there. I know one-upping myself isn't needed. I think some of it is, again, I end up getting a lot of self-doubts and anxieties, and I'm always worried that people are going to be like, oh, I thought you were a good builder, but then you built this piece of crap. And then suddenly my quality goes, you... So, and that's where some of the mentality comes in, where I feel like I have to one-up myself almost. I think, like, even YouTubers like Mumbo Jumbo have talked about some of that as well, where it's almost this pressure that you have to do something better than what you've done before, or at least on par with some of the stuff you've done before. But you're right that it's kind of a bit of an illusion. You don't have to one-up yourself and do your absolute most amazing thing every single time. I feel like with Baroque, though, in particular, I have to, like, really push myself to make something really cool, because that is the architectural style of Baroque, is making the most ornate, prettiest thing you've ever seen. It's probably why a lot of people are excited about it, is because it's so cool. But Super Noob, hello, welcome to the chat. Thanks for commenting. I'm actually really grateful that people are chatting right at the moment, because there was a while there that it was just kind of felt like me, and I kind of went a little bit silent. Sorry about that. How are you? Alright. This is getting a little bit tricky because my curves are starting to bend inwards, so I need to make sure that the highlights stay where it looks like they're being hit from this angle over here. There we go. I always wonder how much of the... I'm hearing baby noises in the other room. She's specifically playing like one of her baby toys right now. I always wonder how much you can hear from the microphone for that. Oh, thanks for the nice comment. I'm glad I was able to help. I know Fabi was also saying something similar. It's like, yeah, I watched your architecture video for Gothic stuff, and yeah, it makes a difference. I'm glad that I'm able to make a difference. Oops, that's not supposed to be highlight. That's in shadow. Darkness. Yep, I think the Gothic architecture and cathedrals will forever, you're right, it's kind of my legacy. It will forever be considered my thing. But honestly, I'm not opposed to that. The things I enjoy building the most is probably churches and temples. I think is something that I think are really cool. The funny thing is, if you try to tell me to build a house, I kind of struggle a little bit with that. Some of the more mundane stuff out there, it's like, yeah, I can make this really amazing looking cathedral, but you tell me to make a house, I don't know. I think that's maybe part of why I've been playing a lot of House Flipper recently, is I'm trying to be better at making more mundane things, but also incorporate some of my cool architecture stuff into it. But alright, how is this edge going? Because this is core shadow, comes out, and this is still going to be shadow here. But it is going to lighten here, but then darken again right in here, because that is another section of the ridge there. Not quite on the highlight, but I kind of like that it's lighter right there, so I'll try to emphasize it more on the actual highlight region. This needs to be just a little bit lighter right through here, I think, but then get dark again over here. Oops! There we go. I'm so close to being done, guys. The end is in sight. this is starting to be... I don't know that I'll get any more of these really bright highlights just because my core shadows are starting to get to this side over here. So I think that's the end of my highlights right about there. So I actually need to make all of this much more mid-tones and dark stuff. I can still have some highlights, but they're not going to be the really bright ones. Of course, over here, this is shadows. That ridge could be a little bit illuminated. Whoops. Don't you just hate it when you try to scroll one way to make it darker and you accidentally scroll it the other way and make it lighter instead? Do tend to have an easier time painting like the lighter highlights than I do in the shadows. Sometimes with the shadows I'm like, I think it's probably like shadowy over here, but I don't know exactly where the core shadow is. Especially because I don't want to make it all just black. And I think that's really easy to accidentally do when you're doing these core shadows, is to just make everything black. I see my red door and I want it painted black. Maybe lighten up this ridge just a little bit. So that looks fine, that looks fine. That's starting to look less fine. Any other spots that are standing out to me as being too abrupt? I guess that's okay. I'm all the way over here. That needs to just be full black again, I think. Especially that right there. It's going to be very dark. again, I wonder if I should keep this highlight here. I'll probably blend it a bit more here, but I kind of like having some sort of highlight there. So I suppose that's one of the reasons to also, you know, have a base layer that's just the generic texture, is so that way it might highlight parts I wouldn't have otherwise highlighted. Oops. I'm gonna undo too. I feel like that does need to kind of stand out just a little bit, but nope. Probably need like a smaller brush. Alright, thanks for coming to watch for a little bit, Fabi. I mean, thanks for joining me here. Your support is appreciated. It's almost a little bit too bright there. So I like that highlight, but it needs to dull down just a little bit because this is still in a fairly dark region. We're getting closer! I do worry that with this being mostly in shadow here, I did take out an awful lot of the highlights that were looking rather neat over there, but it's fine. It's all just going to be background anyway. Well, I did try to leave in some highlighting to it. It's not all black. We're not painting it all black. Whoops. No, no. Here we go. This all needs to be painted black. Black as night, black as coal. Why is that not changing? Why is there cobblestone in this? Oh no! Why is there cobblestone in this? Yeah. Why was I a fool and put cobblestone? Who does that? I even had a rant earlier this stream about how I do not put cobblestone in these things. And yet here it is, in all of its glory. Yuck. That's better. No, I missed one. No, I missed 3. It's everywhere. Be gone, foul beast. Alright. Oh, there's more cobblestone! I'm like, why isn't it changing the way I want it to? Oh, because there's still more cobblestone that's not changing. Why is there so much cobblestone? I almost need to do a mass selection and tell it to turn cobblestone into stone or something. You know what? Yep, I'm doing it. It's gotta be done. I don't know when or why I put cobblestone in this thing, but just to make sure it's all gone. Oops. No, 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 no. Yeah. 403 blocks. Yeah, there wasn't any way I was going to replace that manually. Good grief. Why was there cobblestone? I don't understand. Alright. Go. Do find that one of my problems is, especially when doing a big project like this, is I do tend to go into hyper focus, and then I forget to keep talking. Concentrating so hard on the rocks that I don't know what else to talk about. Almost done. This bit, island, mud, and it's done. Actually, screw it. I don't like this bit of rock. I now declare it grass. Beest thou grass, you are no longer stone. Ooh, yeah, that felt good. It's gone. There we go. And now we come to our Nimwit Island. Oops. I apparently did not put mud or anything down in Lake Hylia, probably because I didn't want to have to get rid of all of the water. How do I deal with that? Because the problem is when I'm painting with World Edit, if I click here, instead of clicking through the water and getting the floor, it thinks I'm clicking on the surface of the water, which means it doesn't get any of the stuff underneath. I might have to just basically do a mass selection of the entire lake, everything from the water down, and do a replace everything but air with my mud textures and call that good, because I don't know how else to handle that. Because, yeah, I can't even get that little bit of stone there because it's clicking on the surface of the water rather than down onto the stone itself. Once again, I'm on the shadow side of everything. Oh, actually, that lights up going that way. Just a little bit. Yep, painting it black. All through there. But we're coming to the point where I can actually start getting to the highlights over on this side, so I can actually start getting something that isn't just black. Hooray! actually gonna put not that much. I'm gonna put a little bit of highlight over here. Is what I was going to say, but that was way too much. Not there. More on this side. There we go. Good, good. Of course, you won't actually be able to, like, be over on this side at all, because that's way... Wait, is that over the edge of the border? Oh, actually you can go all the way over here. Where is the border? Oh, up on this ridge. Like, way the heck up on this ridge. Okay, I didn't think I made it that far. Oops. Well, that actually makes quite a big chunk of this area up above Lake Hylia explorable. Didn't know that. So, maybe it does matter that I'm painting the backside of this thing. Alright. But this all needs to be highlight then. Because my imaginary sun is coming from that angle and hitting everything right along this region here. Add some real bright whites to like that stuff. Beautiful. It looks like there might be some highlights that should be coming and hitting this. Just a little bit more. There we go. That's better. Well, and with that, I think we have done all of the rocks. At this point, I just need to finish that one little mud spot and select all of the bottom of Lake Hylia and turn it into mud. And then I can save the world and call the terrain done after all of these months. I'm so happy. Yeah, I'm kind of sick of doing terrain. Alright, let me actually select all of Lake Hylia from the water level down to... Let's see here. Does that go further this way? No, I think this is the place. Could even go a little bit more. Well, right thereabouts. And what is exactly the water level at? I think it's at 0. Yes, 0. So I have to move down to 0. Just make sure I'm getting everything in the lake. That's good. Back down to 0. Position 1. And then we're going to the other side of the lake. Whoops, I can't see anything when I actually dive into the lake. Alright, other side of the lake. Make sure I'm far enough this way. And far enough this way. Sink down. I know this lake is ginormous, and then I make sure that I am all the way at the bottom. Yeah. Position 2. Alright, what was my mud texture? I'm going to quickly investigate that over on my river. We have mud, black stone, regular basalt. And that's it. Well, right then. Well, then we should do a replace stone with, it looks like it's gonna be like 60% mud, 20% black stone. That's not a percent sign, that's a dollar sign. Alright. And then 20%. What's the other one? Oh, yes, basalt. Well, let's see if my computer lags. It has to think about that one for a second. That is kind of a large region that it is covering. It really has to consider that. Holy smokes! That is a big number. It's still thinking about it. Come on. Do it. Do it. I'm sure at some point I'll actually go through and like make the bottom a little bit prettier. I'm of course going to have to add in seagrass and kelp. So, you know, I'm gonna have to do a lot of that stuff. And up on the shore edges, I'm going to be putting more like lily pads and stuff like that. Some of the drip leaves. Just because Lake Hylia is a freshwater lake, so it's gonna have a bunch of stuff like that, but man, it is taking its time thinking about that. That was maybe a lot for it to process. It says it changed it, but I don't see any of this being altered at all. I'm tempted to reload the world. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I hope I didn't crash it. I might have crashed it. Work! Work, please! Oh, big lag spike. I can't move anymore. Oh no! Oh. Yay! It worked! The lake is now no longer just stone on the bottom, it is mostly mud. Hooray! Yeah, truth be told, I'm not sure how much I care about how the bottom of this lake looks. Why are you still... Oh, it's... because it's... clay for some reason. Gross. Why is it doing that? Beest thou blackstone. I should beest thou blackstone. Maybe I need to make this a bigger size, just to... 15. There. Good enough. Alright. Hooray! I think now I just have that one little bit of the river that I forgot to modify. And then the terrain is done, and I can save a copy of it, and then we can splat in Castletown and see how it looks. Sound good? Yeah, I think that sounds great. Okay. This was my grass brush. I'm going to make it a mud brush instead. I think I'm just going to brush the exact same percentages that I put out the base of Lake Hylia. 60% mud, 20% black stone. and 20% basalt. I know I was doing more shading when I was doing it before. Oh, and the size is different. Make it like, has to be big enough that it can, ah! Oh, no! That could have been dangerous if I had accidentally undid the lake. That would have been miserable. Make sure I have a mask that says everything except air and everything except water. That's not how that works. Shoot. Did that work? Ha! Okay. Excellent. Yeah, I did shade the rest of this mud to make it better, but I'm not gonna do that this time. I need that size of the brush so I can get down there. I just have to be really careful around the edges to not spread the mud too high up my nice cliffs. Need it to touch the cliffs. It's not touching the base of the stone there. If I go down right next to it. Yeah. Why is it an air pocket? Darn you. Why? Well, that's not good. Shoot. I can't think of how to replace that off the top of my head other than, I guess, going into spectator mode and saying position 1, position 2, replace air, water. I think there's a better way to do that, but I'm blanking on it right at the moment. Any more air pockets, or is that the only one? I think that might be the only one. Alright. Come out of spectator mode. Man, this moat gets deep in some spots. No! I thought I had gotten all of these. But this is, again, why we double check every little part of the map. What is... Really? Really? Did I get it all this time? I think those are the only, like, really deep pockets of it. Something I'm gonna need when this... Not that I'm anywhere near this point, but once I am ready for playtesting, I'm going to need a lot of playtesters to find errors like that before I actually release my map. Currently I have 3 people helping me on my team, which I'm honestly grateful that I have even that much help. Oops. But I'm going to need more than people than that to find all of the different bugs. When I was releasing my first map that I made, the Legend of Steve map, I can remember for like months after I had posted it, was constantly getting people who were like, found a new bug, and if they were game breaking enough, I had to go in and manually fix them. It was, so if I could get that taken care of before I actually post it, then maybe that'll save me some level of headache. Alrighty. I've done it. It's done, guys. All of the stones have been colored to make them actually match everything. I think I still have one or two things left to do for coloring. Specifically in like Zora's domain, I was going to color the inside of the rocks there and make it pretty. But I'm less concerned about that because again, I'm gonna have to recolor everything when I put it into the Nether anyway. So, I think for right now I can actually call this done enough that I can start importing stuff. So the first thing I need to do is I'm gonna, not that you can see what I'm doing here because I'm actually exiting the game slightly, but I'm gonna go save a copy of my world onto my desktop. Oops. Minecraft folder saves. There. We're going to copy to the desktop. Alright, I have a copy of the world made now. Now I can actually go through and we're going to attempt to put our Hyrule Castle into the map. This is going to go horribly, by the way, I hope you know. So don't expect it to just like be poof and magical and beautiful and stuff, because it's going to struggle the first time. For one thing, I'm not actually sure at what point did I load it in? Like, where is it going to appear relative to me? That's a good question I'm gonna have to ask, and we're gonna do that by doing a schematic. Let's list it first so that way I can actually see what it's called. Hyrule Castle new. Alright. So, schematic load Hyrule Castle. I can spell new. And this is a giant thing, so maybe I shouldn't just paste it willy-nilly because I might break things. I wish I could remember where I was. Sorry, I see something that needs fixed, I go fix it. I wish I could remember exactly where I need to stand in order to paste it in properly. We're gonna go with here-ish and cry if it doesn't work. This might take it a second. Because it's not just the castle it's pasting, it is also pasting the entirety of Castle Town. And the Temple of Time, I think. Though maybe I cut off the Temple of Time. I hope I cut off the Temple of Time because I actually am going to relocate it. I'm going to put the Temple of Time up on that hill instead, so that way it's not all... I don't like where it is right now. I think I only had the Temple of Time that crammed into town before, specifically because I was dealing with a smaller map before. But now I have room. I can spread out and spread my wings. And oh, it's starting me in the Temple of Time. I was terribly wrong about everything. Oh no, why did I do that? No. Apparently it does have the entirety of the Temple of Time. Well, that's... that's something. Oops. I mean, that's kind of cool. But it's also not where that goes. Right. Hmm. I almost need to go in and hack down that schematic and then try to paste it, but I don't know. Where do I put the Temple of Time, knowing that it's like that? I think initially I was going to put Temple of Time on 00 because of nether coordinate things, but I think I ended up moving it so that way the castle is at 00 instead. I think 00 is at that gold block over there. So I think I was going to place the center of the castle over here. But how do I do that with the Temple of Time being where I'm centering everything? I did not think this through. I think I had, this is going to be the moat, and this is the center of town. So then I would put the middle of Temple of Time somewhere here-ish. I might have to do some work off camera of me trying to figure out exactly where everything goes, because this is totally not correct. I should probably be writing down these coordinates that I'm attempting so that way I can... Yeah, I'm doing it. I need to write down coordinates of attempts so that way I can fine-tune exactly where it needs to be better. Actually, what would be really better is if I actually redid my entire schematic and based it off of me standing in the center of town rather than the center of... or like the center of the Hyrule Castle instead of the center of the Temple of Time, which is going to be relocated anyway. So that would save me a heck of a lot of grief and a lot of lag. Where did this end up? Okay. Where's my moat? I lost my moat. It's buried. I apparently needed to also make a version that doesn't have stone. See, I thought I had gotten rid of all of this stuff and made a clean version. This is apparently not my clean version. So I apparently need to go look for a new, well, modify my schematic greatly. And then I can paste it into the world. But this at least gives you a vague idea of how the scale of the world here measures up with the scale of my town itself. And I think that they actually balance each other out quite nicely. Whereas before, my castle was dwarfing everything in sight. So... man, it looks so cool. I'm so happy with it, honestly. I just really need to actually, you know, get a clean version that I can paste in and make sure that I'm pasting in the castle on this dot instead, where the center tower ends up right there. So, very cool. Undo. Go away. I think my wind temple should be much better. I should paste in my wind temple into the forest. Let me make sure that this actually undoes properly first. Honestly, it's just really cool seeing that view of the castle. And then, pff, it's gone! I hope that didn't do any irreparable damage to anything, but it seems fine. Alright. We're going to instead do a schematic load of the Wind Temple, but let me actually get to the spot where I'm going to put the Wind Temple first. Schematic load. I think it's Wind Temple new. Yeah. Now I think this one is going to paste where the front entrance, it's going to face this way. And I need to determine if I want the Wind Temple to face that way or if I'm okay with it facing this way. I think for the most part I'm actually okay with it facing this way, but I have to determine exactly where I want it to go. So, and I want it to be semi-raised in the air because I do have stairs that lead up to it. Paste minus air. How does that look? That looks too high up in the air. And maybe too far back. Let me look at my viewing platform here. Ooh. That looks really cool, actually. I'm really happy with this Wind Temple. Alright, maybe, yeah, we're gonna undo, we're gonna place this thing properly. I think we need to be a bit further down and a little bit more this way with it. So, like, maybe here-ish, maybe back a little bit, so that way it's closer to this rock. Let's see here, maybe I'll have, so you're gonna come up along here, so this is kind of where I want the stairs to come up, is somewhere like here. I should again double check what coordinates I've been pasting these at. It has to think about it for a second, then it'll let me look at the coordinates. Oh, right. How does that size up? I feel like that's almost a little bit too far to the right now. So I need to have it be further towards positive X. So, and do let's maybe do it like 50 blocks this way. And I might just plop down on the ground here. Maybe that's too much. 50 blocks, because I feel like maybe having it level with this rock might be good. There we go. I think that's better, though the entrance is completely hidden. Sorry. I have to move it just a little bit to the right now. Yeah, maybe like right here. Maybe a couple blocks in the air, just because I want you to see that stairs up. and some of the stone base. So that was good, but like maybe that far into the air? I don't want to go too far in the air. Yeah, there we go. Just that little bit of stairs peeking out right there. You have a bit of a tangent line right there, which sucks. But that's... No, that follows you all the way up. No, no, not tangent lines. Darn it. Actually, oh, no, I didn't have my coordinates written down for where I was. Shoot. Maybe... Yeah, here-ish. That's about right, right? Yeah. Oops. There. No more tangent line with a stupid roof. And we get that little bit peeking out there. A nice full view of the entrance. Beautiful. That is exactly where I wanted my wind temple. And imagine nice trees, you know, framing this thing. There we go. This is the approach I wanted for this wind temple. It's maybe a little bit slow, but that's because my world is so big. I do have a fix for that, but I will address that later. Yeah. I just have to actually bother to put all of these going all the way down. Doop, 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 doop. Fill in this all properly later, but I do want to at least put the stairs going all the way down. I think this little lump of grass needs to go. Boink. So then as you crest the hill, woo. And all of Ari's nice redstone is busted because it's just pasted in. I don't have any of her command blocks or anything. But yay! I'm so happy. Alright, well, I think I'm going to end the stream here. I'm going to go sit at this front entrance to the viewpoint over here. Oops. So I can conclude the stream with a neat little background behind me. Thank you everybody for actually coming to the stream. I've appreciated all of the support that you continue to show me. I know there were, people in and out throughout the stream, but honestly, the fact that anybody came means so much. So thanks again for coming. I hope you guys are excited about this project, because I know I have spent a long time on it and will continue to spend a lot more time on it. So thank you all. The terrain is done. I can finally start implementing builds, and then I think I'll actually be able to post more regular videos, because then I can actually build in the world instead of just doing terrain forever. So thanks for watching, and I will see you later. Goodbye.